Hello. Am I gonna watch the London New Year's fireworks tomorrow? Oh, probably. I've gotta get home first. Hello. Welcome to whatever this shit is. Gran Turismo 4 Prologue. Basically, the driving school. I deliberately deleted my save data so I could set up a new one. Go me. I have no idea where to position this. I'll figure this out in a minute. 40 stream streak, save game data? I suppose so. My camera's really facing aggressively to the right. Time to get roasted by Vicki. Absolutely. I don't want to save. Yes, or enable autosave. Thank you. Oh, camera, please. I would love to watch this intro, but it's a copyrighted song. So, soz. Hopefully the audio balancing will be a damn sight better compared to, what I need to do is try and scale the footage correctly. Trying to scale this old ass footage is a pain in the ass. That should be okay. I think. Right, you already know what this is. I think this was redo a while ago anyway, because of the audio balancing. Should be better now.
Welcome to the first lesson of Gran Turismo 4, Prologue. This lesson takes place on the beginner's course in the driving park, a short circuit designed for racing practice. For this lesson, take 2 relaxed laps around the course. The engine of the car has been limited to enable a maximum speed of just 50 kilometers per hour. The time limit is very generous, so this is your chance to take a nice slow drive without concern for the remaining time or your driving speed. What you must concentrate on, however, is staying on the track, so make sure you do, no matter how slowly you need to drive to do it. If you go off the track, you'll be disqualified. Just think of it as a Sunday drive. You'll see a line indicating the smoothest route displayed on the road surface. If you follow this line, you can get a feel for the correct racing line, a vital technique in circuit racing. While driving, take time to consider what makes that particular line the ideal one. Take careful note of the timing and severity of the corners, and learn how to take corners correctly without spinning. As a general rule, your steering should be gradual and minimal. Good luck with the lesson.
Cheers, Vicki. The OG Sarah, I fucking wish. Vicki Butler-Henderson's a very well-known UK person. Cool. This is as fast as we're going for this test. It's always as fast as we're going for this test. Mazda 2 Pog. You fucking know it. Hopefully the audio balancing compared to the old footage is going to be way, way better. If I play my cards right, I think I can do this in about 5 hours. Which should take us to, what, just before midnight? Something like that. But we'll see. They really ain't kidding when they ease you into this shit, by the way. It do be no joke. I don't even know if I'm gonna hit 47.6. I'm hoping so. Oh, we did it! Cool. Test 1 down. We've only got, like, how many more to go? This is really going to test my ability to actually drive well first time of asking. Cool. This one involves a Honda Jazz going through some basic ass slalom, basically. Hopefully I don't skill issue.
Welcome to Lesson 2. In this lesson, you'll learn about the most important aspect of driving skill, steering. This lesson takes place on the Fuji International Speedway. Traffic cones are positioned on the final straight. Change from lane to lane without hitting the cones. Also, be careful of how much you turn the car. Try to get a feel for how the car moves with just a slight turn. Mastering the sensitivity of steering will become a crucial foundation for your more advanced racing skills. The car you will be using for this lesson is not high-powered, but the same basic techniques apply to all cars. Remember, make sure you steer the car slowly and gradually. Good luck in your lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Oh yeah, I saw that they did that. I haven't actually listened to it yet. The most useful camera angle for this test is this one, which never made it into the final game. The Jazz is a CVT. Yes, it is. The Honda Jazz is a CVT. We just about did it. There's not much optimization you can do there, honestly, in that test. Cool. Now we're driving a fucking egg. We've got the egg machine, chat.
Welcome to Lesson 3. In this lesson, you'll learn about effective braking. This is just as important a racing technique as gradual steering. With racing games, many players simply try to go as fast as possible, neglecting brake application altogether. This lesson is your chance to learn to use that often forgotten brake. So, when you start, accelerate quickly and head straight for the goal area. In the goal area, you'll see a zone indicating your stop position. Keep your eyes on this zone and brake hard and fast to bring the car to a sudden halt. On your first try, you'll probably go past the stopping area, but don't worry. On your next try, just apply the brake a bit earlier. Be careful not to brake too early or you'll stop before reaching the stopping zone. Full acceleration, followed by sudden braking, achieving the proper timing for this sequence is no easy task. To pass this lesson with flying colours, try to remember the physical surroundings when you apply the brakes. With each try, you'll gain more understanding of the point at which to brake in order to be accurate. Good luck in your lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Never mind. Yeah, I think your sub had expired, dude. Thank you for the resub if it ever comes through. There we go. 8 months. 8 months with Prime. Thank you, Lima. Genuinely appreciate it. It ran out as you were watching the stream. Oh, that's unfortunate. Time to drive the egg. Oh, piss. technically ran out yesterday. Well, you were still subbed at the start of the stream, dude. It literally only just ran out. It's worth knowing I don't get any ad revenue, by the way. Right, egg driven. Well, yeah, you can see that if you look at your original messages where you said 40 Stream Street, you were still subbed, and then it ran out, and then you resubbed with Prime again. Fuck yeah, we got a 2003 Nissan Micra. Let's fucking go! Give me that Nissan, boy! Knowing cornering speed limits. Oh boy.
Welcome to Lesson 4. This lesson takes place on the second corner of the beginner's course in the driving park. In this lesson, you'll learn that once a car is travelling at a certain speed, no amount of steering will enable you to turn a corner correctly. This is a basic aspect of car physics. When a car doesn't respond to steering on a corner, drivers often try to steer into the corner even harder. The car still fails to turn and they end up ploughing off the track, a common sight in racing games. In this lesson, you'll learn a fundamental driving concept. In order to negotiate a turn correctly, you must slow down. When you first set off and you're accelerating, the car responds well and turns as you enter the first corner. Some way through the turn, you find the car edging towards the outside, heading for trouble. No matter how much you steer, the car will simply not respond. This means your cornering speed is too high. The next time this happens and you find yourself drifting off the line, decelerate. By decelerating and lowering your speed, the car will stop its drift towards the outside of the corner and begin to regain its position on the line, and thus regaining its ability to turn. This rule applies to all of the upcoming lessons, so bear it in mind. Okay, good luck with your lesson.
Cheers, Vicky, after roasting like 95% of racing car players. Why is the reset to the pissing left? Bonk. That almost is cataclysmic, bro. I need to change the option where it starts in this fucking camera view. Good lord. Hate bumper cam, man. I shouldn't stop turning. Once I got around the corner, we did okay. I hope the audio balancing's way better and I'm not too quiet. That's all I'm really hoping for. Hooray, we got the yes. Ah, yes. In a Mazda Miata. Out, in, and out. The most basic cornering technique.
Welcome to Lesson 5. In this lesson, you'll be driving on the beginner's course in the driving park from Lesson 1. You must negotiate 2 bends, one large and one small. The larger corner has a 60-metre radius, the small a 30-metre radius. This lesson differs from previous tests in that there is no speed limiter on the engine of the car you'll be using. You'll need to apply the brakes before entering corners and control your speed during cornering. Try to follow the ideal line as displayed on the track. You'll notice that at the entrance to a corner, the line follows the outside. In the middle of the corner, or apex, it moves to the inside, and at the exit of the corner once again, follows the outside. This indicates the fundamental racing concept of taking a corner out, in, out. By taking this line, you can freely accelerate through the exit of the corner. As a result, you can increase speed for the next straight and improve your overall time. Practice this and bear in mind the other skills you've accumulated so far. Remember to brake properly, don't steer too hard and watch the racing line. Best of luck with your lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Okay, that is cataclysmically understeering. Holy crap. Easy. I had such a terrible line through that half of the time. Holy shit. I haven't forgotten about the fact that there's a rally one in the Suzuki Alto. That was a nightmare when I remember doing it the first time. It took me a while to get it right. Oh, it's actually the next test as well. I really need to get like a stream border for content like this sometimes. Make it a bit more clear so you can see what's going on screen.
Welcome to Lesson 6. In this lesson, you'll experience driving on a dirt course. This lesson takes place on the Grand Canyon mini track, a specially created course just off the Grand Canyon rally course. There's plenty of time to finish, so don't rush it. Just take a nice slow run around the course. This lesson's designed not to get the best time, but to help you familiarise yourself with the physical properties of this rally car designed for a dirt-based course. The main difference between a dirt course and tarmac is just that the surface is more slippery. As a result, the car reacts to your controls a fraction later than normal. Also, notice that the rear tyres lose their grip when cornering. You'll also need to steer much more to get a suitable response from the car. While on a tarmac or paved road, you control the car slowly and gradually, on a dirt road, control is quick and sudden, not refined. Since this is your introductory run on a dirt road, take it slowly and cautiously. Be careful not to go off the track or run into barriers. Well then, good luck with your lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Right, let's see if I can do 5 laps fast enough. This is not looking likely so far. So, believe it or not, GT4 Prologue takes after Gran Turismo 3's dirt physics. Believe it or not. I don't think that's gonna do it. I need to try again. I kept hitting walls. Also a fun track. Fun fact. I think I mentioned this on the previous one, but this track never appears in Gran Turismo 4 proper. It's only here that they made that this track makes an appearance. Yeah, this one's probably one of the harder tests in the game. And this is a track where keeping up your momentum is practically gold time. Inside wall always gets caught by the car for some reason. I still have 283 things installed into my SSD. You'll be fine. Could be worse. Could be 284. Don't forget, I've also got to do an Anthem stream at some point. Send that game off. How big were they? I assume they were big games then. Oh, we smashed it. Boom! As you can tell, the AI is not designed to go around this track very well. I just sneezed like that. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, the AI cannot drive this track. As you can probably tell, look. That's a very vague understanding of the circuit. Grand Canyon mini track is also the only time that logo appears. Fun fact. All that asset designing for one video game that appears no more than like maybe 5 minutes tops. Yeah, Suzuki Auto works. Let's go. All that animations. That's crazy. Yeah, I can use the motor triathlon car. I don't know what you're going to use that for, to be completely honest.
Nice work. You finished the green section. Now try the orange section.
Cheers, Vicki! The intricacies of driving on Tsukuba. My favourite track.
Welcome to Lesson 7. This lesson takes place on the Tsukuba circuit in Japan. At roughly 2 kilometers in length, Tsukuba circuit is relatively short. However, if you try for a record time, this circuit is a beast. The purpose of this lesson is not to break any records, it's to give you a good, relaxed look at the course. Again, you'll have plenty of time, so take it as slow as you like and drive cautiously. If you don't brake before corners to bring your speed down, you'll be off the track in no time, leading to disqualification. Once again, try to trace the ideal racing line displayed on the track. As you do this, consider what makes this the ideal line. Have a safe trip around this stylishly designed circuit where every corner, be it large or small, presents a unique challenge to the driver. Okay, good luck with your lesson.
Cheers, Vicki. Was the top speed of the Toyota Triathlon motor vehicle? Probably not terrible. Get to drive the BB! We're playing TXR. I swear I've seen this car before. guess we want to avoid first gear whenever possible. I don't fancy waiting half a second for it to shift gear. I fucked that up. I need to get my like button memorizing better. Oh, this does not have the this does not have the rev range to do what I was hoping it could do. Huh. The more you know, I guess. Acquisition was done in August 2025. Huh. Boots. Oh, it's like a healthcare. It's like a healthcare chain store over here. They sell things like beauty products, pharmacy, yeah. Like a glorified supermarket pharmacy, basically. You can't actually collect prescriptions from there. You have to go to an actual chemist. But it's kind of like, it's dedicated to like health, beauty, medicine, stuff like that. Stuff that you can buy over the counter or... I didn't mean to lift off the throttle, I wanted to let go of R2. There we go. Toyota. Exactly. We smashed that gold time. Once I figured out what the fuck I was doing. My trick to that is don't drop it into first because it takes so long to change gear that you're just losing time. Honestly, you can do that entire challenge in second and third. Like, you don't need first. And I did that on auto. Because I don't know what the buttons are for fucking manual on this game. Probably ass. Yeah, I can drive the box. Oh boy, is this where we get a vacuum cleaner? Is this where we get to drive the Colt?
Welcome to Lesson 8. Hopefully you got a good idea in Lesson 7
It is where we drive
what the
the
Cooper
Mitsubishi Colt.
circuit is all about, because in this lesson you'll use a segment of that circuit. You'll practice cornering on a portion, beginning with the Dunlop Bridge down to the second hairpin corner. A hairpin corner is sharp and long, so controlling your speed is very important. When you near the corner, brake hard and bring your speed right down. If you go too fast, you'll deviate from the ideal line. Learn exactly when to apply the brakes in order to turn correctly and follow the racing line. The racing line is an out-in-out manoeuvre as described in previous lessons. Try to remember the term clipping point. which is the spot at which the car runs closest to the inside of the corner. Also, remember the term understeer. This is when the car fails to respond to steering correctly as a result of failing to reduce speed sufficiently. So then, best of luck with your lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. But companies aren't losing money in today's society, though. We've got another CBT. Let's go. I love Hoovers. That was terrible. Fuck. Use an electric brown. Or brawn, I guess you would call it. That's not a big enough gap. Let's try this again. Such a good line on that attempt as well. God damn it. I managed to get wheel spin out of a fucking Colt. Let's go. There's numerous ways you can take that corner, I think, but... Oh, there we go. We did it. There we go. That's what we needed. Still uses all the Gran Turismo 3 like sound effects as well. It's great. Oh boy, we've got coffee breaks coming up in a minute. Let's go. Try a straight light racing line through consecutive bends. I don't know what test this could be. New York? No. Oh, it's this fucker.
Welcome to Lesson 9. For this lesson, you'll be driving through an old Italian town filled with beautiful scenery. You'll learn how to handle consecutive corners at high speeds. An S-bend refers to right and left-hand corners that come quickly one after another. If you were an ordinary driver on the public road, you could take these corners by simply following the turns back and forth. However, steering hard to the left and then hard to the right prevents you from maintaining your speed. So, as a racing driver, you must skim the apexes of the two corners, taking a route that is as close as possible to a straight line. That way, you can easily negotiate the corners with a minimal amount of steering, and that will increase the speed at which you can exit the corners. So, anytime you come up against S-bends, use minimal steering and try to take the straightest line possible. The straighter the line, the more you can hit the accelerator and the faster you can get through the curves. Think of it in this way. Minimal steering can straighten out the most twisting of tracks. That's what you should take away from this lesson. Best of luck with this challenge.
Cheers, Vicky. Not only have you given me one of my least favourite courses in the entirety of Gran Turismo 4, you've also given me a fucking coupon to do it in. Oh, I think I had that nailed as well. James Games, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. I think I'll fuck that up. God damn it. Thankfully, this is only a 16.5 second. Going good, hopefully the same for you. Yeah, not doing too bad. You gotta be shitting me. I did not know that, Paulie. Oh, that was it. That was literally the difference maker. That was literally the difference maker. Fair enough there. I guess I accidentally rev banged the coupon and that's why I didn't do it last time. That is what I'm guessing, of course. Oh, off-road driving, let's go. Is this in the fucking Legacy? Yeah, it's this one.
Welcome to Lesson 10. This lesson takes place on a segment of the long Grand Canyon Rally course. Hopefully you got a feel for driving on a dirt course in Lesson 6. Well, keep that lesson in mind as you learn how to gain further control over the car. As you approach a corner, apply the brakes to lower your speed as if you were racing on tarmac. This time, however, the difference is in the details. The proper technique for driving on a dirt course is to tap the brake just for a moment as you steer. When you brake while steering, the rear tyres will lose grip and you'll feel the car move more towards the outside than it would with the usual amount of steering. This effect is known as a drift. Add some braking to your steering to bring the car under control. This is the most important dirt racing technique. Make sure you get a feel for it. Okay then, best of luck with the lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. I can't remember how I did this one last time. I know I didn't do it on first attempt, no. I can't remember. I think I did it eventually, but... Oh, there you go. I think the drifting is actually just slower, so if you bonk the wall and get away with it, you can just first time it, because you can actually accelerate properly. And I guess the devs didn't, does the advice they just gave work on G? Yeah! Generally speaking, if you want me to tell you something, the less you slide on dirt, the faster you go. You want to carry momentum forwards, not sideways. Coffee break, let's go!
Now it's time for a coffee break. The coffee breaks are bonus stages that use the Gran Turismo driving system and are designed to give you a change in pace. You'll proceed to the next stage whether you pass or not, so there's no pressure.
I'll have a look
Cones have
in a
been
minute.
arranged in a figure of 8 on the Gymkhana in the driving park. The rules are simple. Just touch all of the cones in the shortest possible time. You can start the figure of 8 at any point, so go for it. You don't have to knock over the cones, just touch them and they'll simply disappear. Enjoy your coffee break.
I like the braking while steering stuff, which, yeah, I guess I believe it, because I was just doing it. Yeah, like I said, the idea is that you just don't want to, I guess this would be the best feature. Maybe not this way, but, oh well. Ah, you bugger! But yeah, some of the advice they give, like, generally is pretty good. You... Just about. But let's go. We are flying through these tests right now. I can't wait for the fucking 10-lap endurance race you gotta do. Also, it's called the Daihatsu Mirror here, rather than the Core, which I thought was really interesting. You have manual energies. Of course you have, Of course you have manual in Gran Turismo 7. I use it. There's just, like, it's pretty bare bones. Oh, this is the SLK? I think it's the SLK. Just brake when the line turns red, basically. I usually try not to drive the lines on, because I hate it, but...
Welcome to Lesson 11. In Lesson 3, you practice braking on the straight of the Fuji International Speedway. This lesson is another chance to polish your braking skills, but with greatly increased speed. Now you can get a feel for full braking at much higher speeds than before. For a circuit racer, braking at speeds in excess of 200 km an hour is not uncommon. These are fierce speeds, and the distance required to bring the car to a stop after hitting the brakes is longer than expected. Use this lesson to ensure you don't miss the necessary braking point. Of course, the main principle is no different from Lesson 3. The trick is to remember a physical location that signifies the point at which you hit the brakes. If you follow this advice, you'll be coming to a stop in the correct position in no time. Best of luck with the lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. I'll do my best to remember that. This is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, I play GT7 with manual, but that's because you use the triggers to go and the buttons to shift, which is easier for me to do because I'm used to that. But on Gran Turismo, like something like this, it's the bumpers to shift, And that's just weird. I have. Oh, there's a test with the Viper. Yeah, I do. Mine's X and square. I run default controls for most of my games. I run the default control scheme. Yeah, I've had that issue sometimes. I hit the button, it won't downshift, but they did patch out the ability to just rapidly downshift, so that could be it. Oh, this is in the Lupo fucking... Yeah, I remember this one. I remember this one. This one took me a couple of attempts the last time I did this game.
Welcome to Lesson 12. In this lesson, you'll learn how to drive through a series of corners on a different portion of Fuji International Speedway. You'll be practicing on the B corners, a section of track made up of 3 consecutive small bends. Take a look at the ideal line displayed on the track, and you'll notice that one of the lines through the corners does not follow the ordinary out-in-out trajectory. This line is designed to allow for the fastest possible exit from the B corners. This will determine the speed with which you can take the upcoming final corner, and in turn the maximum speed with which you can enter the straight that follows. Racers consider the speed averaged over the entire course, not just the speed of individual corners. So in this lesson you can learn this too. Good luck!
Cheers, Vicky. I like the Lupo Cup car in Gran Turismo 3 because it was really hard to obtain. It was fucking useless anywhere else though. Keep forgetting it. I don't know that. I mean, it's not great. This thing's not very quick, so the brakes are incredibly good. I've set that too hard. Yeah, there was a championship in Gran Turismo 5 that only featured the Lupo Cup cars. You can get away with extending the track on this quite a bit, but it's not actually faster. Easy. We'll have this game done pretty well. Yeah, it was the only race. It was in Gran Turismo 5 it was one race and it was all on the Nordschleife, not the Südschleife. Have I? I've got every achievement in Horizon 5, dude. It was in Gran Turismo 5. It was on the Nordschleife. It was the only event in the thing. I'm pretty sure.
Nice work. You finished the orange section. Next, try your hand at the blue section.
I'm blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. Someone has to go on my previous playthrough of this game and check what my scores were. Oh, yeah, we gotta drive the Catadome through New York. They actually ended up reusing this test in Gran Turismo 4 proper for the S license.
Welcome to Lesson 13. This lesson takes place in central New York City. A long straight on the main street ends in a 90-degree corner. Take 2 slow laps around this course. As before, you'll be given plenty of time, so consider it a laid-back tour of the city. But don't be too complacent. Contact with the course boundaries means automatic disqualification. You'll be tempted to floor the accelerator on the long straight, but make sure you bring your speed down enough to take the upcoming 90-degree corner. Just as you learned in Lesson 11, remember the surrounding buildings and other signs that signify where you need to start braking. Also, be sure to drive up on the curb on the corners. Once you can create a mental picture of the course in your head, you'll be close to your goal. By pushing the R3 button on the right analog stick, you can, if you wish, turn off the ideal line indicator. Once you get used to it, try racing with this indicator turned off. Best of luck.
Cheers, Vicky. The product placement track. I mean, it was actually modelled on accurate 2000 whatever. Was actually accurate for the time that the track was modelled. That's hilarious, but I love. I actually don't mind New York. Effectively, the older version of this car is, yeah. First time they actually give you any particular car of any particular speed. Las Vegas is okay. Miami sucks ass. I'd rather F1 did this than Miami. It's rather ironic because Forza had its own version of this track in the exact same part of New York. I thought that was quite funny. This is not a good run. I don't think I'm having a good run at this track at the minute. I've missed a lot of my shifts. If this ends up being anywhere near remotely competitive time, I'm going to be astounded. I can't see it happening now. I don't think we're doing it, chat. I mean, this car's quick. I'm not slow, but... This has been a very hot garbage lap. Oh yeah, that's better. Let's not. I had to try, you know. as a 90-degree corner is a great place for an overtaking opportunity. But only at the end of a long straight. If it's just left, right, then yeah, it sucks as a circuit. But because New York is literally straights and 90-degree corners, I don't think it'd be as bad as a racetrack in real life. Dragon Trail Gardens is okay. I prefer Seaside. I'm still not over to Kuma Miyazono's fucking bullshit ass Hyundai from that track. And the power pack. I'm still not over that. There's no Daihatsu Pigeon in Gran Turismo 4. Oh. No, from the Odyssey is mythical. I'm sure it is. Oh, catch my chat. Yeet. I also prefer Seaside. I love that track because it has a bit of everything great. Did you... Also, hold on, what the fuck did Miyazono do? Midget, then, you understand what I meant. Did I? But yeah, Paulie, do you care to tell James about what happened in the power pack with Miyazono at Dragon Trail Gardens? Still not quick enough. Okay. Yeah, Miyazono was clapping the next AI by like 2 seconds a lap. And I was basically having to sweat my balls off to do it. Yes, but I've not attempted that race again since. And I also refuse to. It was like one of the initial front, like FF tuning battles, whatever it was called. As for what I think of the power pack, I don't think it's worth 25 quid. Probably about 15. Wait for it on sale. That's been my consensus, to be fair. Yeah, the problem, that's the issue. Like, why are all the cars so hideously expensive? Thanks, Polyphony. Based on real prices, like, yeah, go away, dude. Game economy's not built for it. Still don't think we're gonna do it. Fuck's sake. Oh, if I didn't have that double fucking shift, I might have done it. Definitely need to avoid second gear. Yeah, if there's one thing I've noticed, right, Gran Turismo's economy is too strict for what it is, but Forza's is too lenient. Just my opinion. Especially Horizon. Horizon's incredibly lenient. I fucking hate it for that reason. Like, the economy is just like, here's a wheel spin that gives you like a Veyron or whatever at level 3, and you're like, okay, well, just beat the game then. Mobile game art progression. Yeah. Okay. I'm on good pace right now. Oh, I fucked it. God damn it. Getting my inputs confused. If this is somehow gold, it really shouldn't be. Oh, that's it. Runs over. These ones are always the hardest, I think. Trying to send it for 2 laps around here, like, peak speed is crazy. You just don't need second gear in this car because it's too slow. Like, the time you lose by shifting, you can just gain back by just leaving it in third. And because you're not shifting, you're not, like, stagnating on your speed for a couple of seconds either. Wasn't the best, but Definitely could have been worse there. Not how I would usually take that corner, but okay, we are about 3 attempts down on what our previous lap was, and I felt that other lap was pretty good, so we'll see where we're at. Floor it, floor it, floor it. There we go, we've avoided a double shift this time. For it? I don't know. Ah! Right, I'm just going to set a silver time. I'm going to set a silver time, and now I'm going to try and figure out how to do gold. We'll get there eventually. Of course I did. Oh, that's where I fucked it, innit? My logic of leaving that in third gear through there obviously worked. Okay. Yeah, we need to avoid second gear at all costs, basically. I completely kind of forgot that we bonked the wall on that other attempt as well. That probably would have been it if we'd... We're still pretty close to the ghost. We could still improve. There's every possibility that we could. But yeah, there you go. Genuine advice for this test. Don't use second gear if you can help it. The time you lose by shifting gear is not worth it. Like, at all. There we go. Now we've done it. Finally. Gold is mine. Only just, but yeah, you could get more out of that. You could get more out of that, undoubtedly. We're just done. Finally got the Catadome. That's probably the one we've spent the most time on yet. And now they want me to do this test in the... I remember this because I remember you break into the corner and the car just doesn't turn. Like, at all.
Welcome to Lesson 14. This lesson takes place on a section of the New York street course where two 90-degree corners are positioned consecutively, creating a double apex hairpin corner. In this lesson, you'll practice high-speed cornering on this hairpin. For double apex corners, it's best to treat the two corners as one. The racing line emphasizes corner exit speed. The trick is to ignore the first of the 90-degree corners and perfectly clip the second. This will result in the best speed possible for the upcoming straight. When you get a feel for it, try turning off the ideal line indicator. Good luck with this lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. And I'll never forget the fact that this is one of the most understeery pieces of shit you could actually drive in this test. Like, it is cataclysmically bad, I remember. This thing just doesn't turn. It also sounds like this. So bad. Life. Turn. There we go. Absolute boat of a car. It's fucking awful. Now use this car in arcade mode. I don't think I want to. But I am going to do quickly. Let's fix these damn options. I can't change the default camera. Man. Oh, is it a Spoon Civic?
Welcome to Lesson 15. Once again, this challenge is set on the New York street course. This time, you'll learn how to take single 90-degree corners at high speeds. City courses are composed almost entirely of 90-degree corners, so this is your chance to learn how best to take them. The basic line is the standard out-in-out trajectory, which you've already learned about. However, in a city course, the boundaries are guardrails and other obstacles, so you'll have to take the bull by the horns to get full advantage of the breadth of the course. Things get even more tricky when you exit a turn with the accelerator floored because of the extra speed. In professional racing, it's crucial to use the entire course width to your advantage. Practice repeatedly until you can precisely follow the ideal line. Focus on taking a smooth line that goes right up against both the inside and the outside boundaries of the course. Now, best of luck with the lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Right, we're driving a Honda Civic that revs to like 12,000 RPM for some reason. As for why Spoon thought that that could work, I have no idea. This car also has no grip. Holy crap. I'm not gonna drift the car through the corners. Ugh. Why someone put really grippy tyres at the front and then like the most basic tyres at the back? Oh my god. BRB. Okay. Didn't turn. God. Makes sense that the car turns better off the throttle because there's no power trying to push the car forward. What am I doing? Sounds well like ass. We're only an hour and a half into the stream as well, which is pretty good going. Fuck. You really have to be right on it with this one. Send it. Yeah. Gotta throw the car in, then just let it fucking wash. So weird. Oh, I didn't take that right at all. I shouldn't have to drift this car through the corners. It just doesn't make much sense. There we go. Right. Yeah. Now you can use this car in arcade mode. Hooray! How to handle corner 1 of Fuji. I know how to do Fuji's turn 1.
Welcome to Lesson 16. This lesson takes place on the Fuji International Speedway, with which you should now be very familiar. This time, you'll learn how to correctly enter corner 1 after the straight. You've already learned how to handle high-speed braking in Lesson 11. Well, this time around, you'll practice braking at the right point needed to clear corner 1. In the lesson with the stopping area, all you needed to do was apply the brakes. However, this time, you have to take a corner after you brake, making the timing that much more difficult. Try approaching the task in this order. First, begin by determining how low your speed needs to be to take the corner. Then, once you've determined the entrance speed, you can find the point at which you need to begin braking to reach that speed at just the right point. If you look closely, you'll notice that corner 1 is in fact 2 small corners. Notice that this makes for a unique racing line. Good luck!
So you're braking, what, just before the end of the pit line on the exit? That start up. I'm not even going to humour that. That's better. Oh, got some speed about it. Fucking no. I was not convincing myself enough on the brakes there. Late. I wasn't stopping that. Welcome back, Paulie. I was very conservative on the brakes there. It worked out, so... Yeah, I was hyper conservative on the brakes there. Easily could get more out of it, but I'm not going to. I want to see if we can beat this in a single stream. We're about halfway there in terms of how many tests we've got left, roughly. And then it's mostly just like... The S tests are interesting, because they actually require you to push like fuck. Like, everything needs to be perfect. Coffee break now. This one, there's a pattern to it. You just follow what the AI does. I think you just spiral inwards slowly.
Now for the next coffee break. For this stage,
There's like
20
a
cones
little
have been spread
course
out
that you can
across
take.
the gymkhana in the driving park. As before, the object is to touch all the cones as fast as possible. Firstly, just drive around any way you like. Once you've been around a few times, you'll get an idea of the position of the cones. Then you can work out the most efficient way of
probably
hitting
like
them in the
10%.
shortest possible time without having to double back on yourself. Enjoy your coffee break.
Yeah, it goes around the outside and then goes inwards. Yeah, I know it. I wasn't far off then. I think this one actually will leave it on nose cam. I've bought this, okay. I think I remember that last bit as a figure of 8 of some shape, if I remember it right. I might have to watch the demo run, see how he does it. So I'm not getting this down at all. That room. Oh, that room. God damn it. There's just one or two in like places that are really inconvenient. I missed one. Of course I did. Try again. I wonder where everyone else has gone. The screen was buzzing earlier. Quieting down a bit now. Oh, I didn't hit that cone. God damn it. Oh, you fucker! God damn it. I ordered something from a website I ordered before. Nice. I missed the fucking cone. God damn it, man. Where's the last cone? Where's the last cone? Well, I've been robbed, so I don't know where the last cone is. Which one am I missing? Bruh! I'm having a good run now as well. I didn't want to rely on the guide, so this is the technique we're going to put on now. See, I knew that one was... I do not have a Taco Bell where I live. I will figure this out where eventually. I fucking hate these cones, man. The rest of them aren't so bad. It's just this one, really. If I could... Oh, no, they're not. Not a single one near me, dude, unfortunately. I need to watch the demo. Yeah, obviously. Everyone's got McDonald's. I need to watch the demo. That's not the demo.
Now for the next coffee break. For this stage, 20 cones have been spread out across the
Let's just watch what
in
the AI
driving
does in
park.
Coffee X.
As before, the object is to
Let's be
touch
honest, that's
all
how you're
the
gonna do
cones
it,
as
right?
fast as possible. Firstly, just drive around any way you like. Once you've been around a few times, you'll get an idea of the position of the cones. Then you can work out the most efficient way of hitting them in the shortest possible time without having to double back on yourself. Enjoy your coffee break.
Clear the outside ones first, which is usually what I did. Basically, driving a spiral. Okay, cool. Drive in a spiral until you just get gradually more inwards. Okay. There's always I'm pretty sure everywhere has a KFC and a McDonald's, like, together, pretty sure. Oh, I screwed myself up. Right, okay. I think I'm getting an idea. I think that one was meant to hit. Oh, well. Fuck! Okay. I just need to avoid falling for the trap of that one on the right hand side on the outside. Fuck, I missed. There's always a lot of local businesses everywhere you go. Obviously, you know what to expect from a conglomerate like McDonald's or whoever else, like KFC or anything chain related. They all operate the same way, basically. So you know what to expect from them at the end of the day. You just go there if you want consistent quality, the right word. But you know what to expect when you go to, obviously local places can vary quite drastically. There we go. Hey, finally did it. It only took us God knows how many times, but we're past that coffee break. I like how this is the part where I'm really starting to struggle, and it's all the mid-tier shit. I can't wait to try and have to do the full laps. They're going to be great. Got on wagon. Got that legacy wagon, let's go. Confirmed that Gincana is at Tsukuba. Off-road driving again, but a Ford rally car. I think I remember this one. You go over the big jumps at the start, you have to slide and then slide again. I think they actually reused that test in a different car for Gran Turismo 4 proper.
Welcome to Lesson 17. This lesson is the first outing on the dirt track for some time. You'll be practicing high-speed cornering on the fast section of the Grand Canyon. You've learned that by tapping the brake as you turn, the car will begin to drift. By using the drift method, it's possible to turn the angle of the car without steering. Mastering this technique can lead to faster cornering. Begin to turn at the entrance to the curve and apply the brake. This causes the car to slip sideways and start to drift. Next, gradually accelerate and determine the amount needed to maintain the drift. If the back wheels slip too far and the car swivels beyond the intended direction, steer the car in the direction that the back wheels are sliding. This technique is called countersteering. Practice this acceleration and countersteering until you're able to control the drift at will. Best of luck with the lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Pretty simple stuff. Valuable info, Vic. Again, this was off Gran Turismo 3, so sliding isn't actually quicker. Like, you want to be as forward as possible, basically. The car was still, I guess, the short wheelbase is causing it to spin out. got lucky there. We got very lucky there. I would have done it even if I hadn't hit the wall, but not the run I wanted, but it's the run we'll take. Got the Focus Rally car to race around in though. That's nice. Like I said, we've still got the 10-lap endurance race, which is towards the end. What's this? It's a caution. It's a Honda Beat. We're back at the Città d'Italia, are we? Is that where we're going? Yeah, you fucking know it.
Welcome to Lesson 18. This lesson takes place on the tricky town course in Italy. It's difficult to envisage the proper line on blind corners with low visibility, but with this lesson, you can master the techniques needed to navigate such non-standard corners. When you're faced with corners that, in addition to having bad visibility, become sharper from mid-turn, it's hard to work out how to tackle them. When you enter a corner under such conditions, don't rush to take the line. Stay close to the middle of the course and get a good look at what lies ahead. The best thing to do is get back on the racing line and accelerate only after the track visibility improves. Attempting this halfway through the corner is bound to fail and won't improve your time. The trick is to wait and see how things pan out, and near the end, accelerate correctly and reposition yourself on the racing line. Take care.
Cheers, Vicky. We did awful there. The gear shifting in this car is garbage. I'm pretty sure most movies are only about 15 quid when they come out on, like, release, dude. Most of the movies I buy are 15 quid on release. And I don't buy many movies. There we go. Few attempts and we got there. But I actually have the F1 movie on Blu-ray sitting in my cabinet just behind me over there. Pretty standard stuff so far though. Oh, see, fucking Elise. Oh no! These things are fucking trash. That's because it's an Apple film, dude.
Welcome to Lesson 19. For this lesson, you'll be driving on the beginner's course in the driving park that you encountered in the first lesson. Of course, this time you'll be practicing something new, negotiating chicanes. Chicanes are small, opposing corners positioned on the track to force you to slow down. Your job is to complete 2 laps on this course as fast as possible through the chicanes positioned in the middle of the straight. You've had plenty of practice through small and large corners, so this time you'll need to work on taking the chicanes. See how well you can trace the ideal racing line. You'll do okay if you minimise steering from the entrance through to the exit and manoeuvre with a good rhythm. If you accelerate roughly or steer too hard during the chicanes, the car will handle poorly and you won't be able to follow the line. Remember the advice of the first lesson and keep your steering to a minimum. Best of luck.
Yeah, the fucking Elise is just trash and you want to avoid first gear. The only time you can't is the launch, obviously. Piss. They're not really being generous though. The publisher is still Apple. Like, it's a whole Apple-made production, dude. Oversteers off the throttle, understeers on it, no in between. Well, yeah. I'm still waiting for Amazon to release Invincible on Blu-ray. But they haven't done that yet. They've done it for the boys. They haven't done it for Invincible, though. This Lotus is fucking garbage. Distracted. I like how you keep saying keep steering to a minimum, but you can't do that in this car. You just can't. It's not even that they're stock tyres, it's just a shit car to drive in general. Even in older Gran Turismo, the Lotuses have been absolutely hot trash. They just oversteer when you're off the throttle so excessively and then you put your foot on the throttle and they just understeer because all the weight is in the middle. You have to smoothly drive these things, and you just can't with the way that the game's asking you to drive it. You basically got to do all of your rotation off the throttle, then floor it into the corner. If that sounds completely backwards, that's because it is. Like, to get the car to turn more, I've got to let off the throttle. That makes sense. But then the rear steps out. So you're basically trying to drive a car with lift-off oversteer the whole time.
Nice work. You've completed the blue section. Now you're ready for the red section. Think you can handle it?
Oh yeah, now we got the hot lap of Shita Diaria in the fucking Honda Fit. Let's go. Wear endurance in the purple section.
Welcome to lesson 20. For this lesson, you'll be taking a slow drive around the Italian town course. Take 2 laps of this course without hitting the surroundings or going off the track. As before, you'll be given plenty of time, so take in the sights and enjoy the feeling of driving on paved roads. As soon as you begin, you'll notice the roads are narrow and go up and down steep hills. In the residential areas, a single car can barely fit through, so be careful not to hit the sides or you'll immediately be disqualified. Also, the steep inclines
F1 GTR Longtail and Fuji Speedway.
And braking. You would do well to remember the best locations at which to begin braking. There are a number of blind corners spread about the course, and for these you must remember the landscape that comes after the exits. By this time, most drivers will have made considerable improvement in their skills, so the ideal line indicator will be turned off. If need be, you can turn it back on with the R3 button. Good luck with this lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Right, 2 laps of GTR. This is the only time I'm going to use this camera for a hot lap, because I can actually see what I'm doing then. Front-wheel drive, spoon. You got a new mouse? Nice! I'm in need of a new keyboard, and I need a whole new setup basically. Apart from the camera, that doesn't need anything. Car very forgiving and easy to drive, but the front wheel drive is killing me. So slow. Already off to a better start with this lap. Then I'll do that, but that's fine. Hate front wheel drives when there's no traction control. I think a lot of people play on their beds or something. I would play on my computer, but I have to sit on my couch or something. Or if I really want to play it, I have to wire it up to my TV that's sitting in front of me. At least for now. I'm going to try and get a chair in the new year, so I can actually sit down and play properly. Have it almost set up the old way, like the really, really old way, which is where I had my TV off camera, like completely side on, and I'm looking side on the camera, almost. That's how I used to have it set up. Bigger desk would help. I'm trying. The very last test of the whole game, if I remember correctly, the very, very last test you do on this game is the Delta Integrale through here. Pretty sure that is the final test. Slow you down. Maybe don't do that. That is very much sour advice. However, I think this has been a relatively, everything considered, relatively clean run. I don't know if it would be good enough for 404, but it's feeling like a good, like, set of laps. Obviously, this car's very small. It's very nimble. I'm actually not going to do it. Nope. Way too slow. Okay. God, I love this car. I've obviously spent a lot of time driving it. It's not something you just get good at. It's something you actually have to put a lot of time, practice and effort into. Yeah, I'm not the best, I'm not the worst, but I can get by most game challenges that it asks me to do for the most part. That's pretty good. Slightly bumped the wall, but it's okay. I think if we can be a bit more committal through the corners, I think we could do it. I wasn't far off on that first complete run. But obviously I did make a few mistakes here and there, and I probably wasn't as risky as I should have been with some places, so let's see what we can do. I think it was here that I struggled with most last time out. Car just really likes trying to understeer and oversteer at the same time. It's very weird to explain how it drives, but it's kind of like very stiff. You turn in, the back will start sliding, and then you floor it and it will start understeering. It's the only time I'd even use this camera view for something like this, because it's the only time I can kind of see what the road's doing ahead. gives me an idea of how close I am to the walls. Would the Unimog fit here? Barely. Because, like, look, if I drive it on this camera view, look how ass this is. I can barely see what's coming up over the hill. If I do it on this one, I can actually see what's coming. Okay, that's a better first lap. Not much better, but it's better. That's compromised my line. Oh, that's way better through there. That felt really good. That felt really good through there. Come on, you blue and yellow boy. I was so busy reading that message that I crashed. Don't get it twisted, Need for Speed has some really hard challenges. Looking at you, 2015. "2015 has some of the most stressful shit I've ever done in a racing game. And that's saying a lot. Oh, yeah, 100%. Need for Speed is more pick up and play. But don't get it twisted. They can be brutally difficult if they want it to be. If you haven't tried 2015, get yourself the Prestige, like, update or whatever it was, and try going for golds on everything. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Just good luck getting golds on everything in the Prestige pack. I guarantee you fucking won't do it. There's, like, very... Nah, Earn and Most Wanted is chump change compared to that in 2015. Try any gold on the Prestige challenges in Need for Speed 2015 and come back to me. Earl is chump change. This was a horrid first lap. I've got to really nail the second lap now. I mean, it's okay to like whatever chocolates you like, to be fair. Personally, I don't mind caramel sweets. This one's dead. Once we get this run down, we can move on, but... Again, chump change compared to what the Prestige pack in Need for Speed 2015 is. No matter what you throw at me, I will swear by it that the Prestige Pack Golds in Need for Speed 2015 are the hardest thing you will ever attempt in a racing game. I will stand by it. And I've done some pretty difficult games in my time on this channel. Well, yeah, I know. I know they did. I played it at launch. And people hated it. But again, still easier than getting gold on any challenge in the Prestige Pack of 2015. GT4 100%. Still easier. Genuinely still easier. Do either of you guys have Need for Speed 2015 by chance? I'm pretty sure it's on the EA Play thing. Pretty sure if you haven't got it. Elder Scrolls 5 100% run. Just take your time. Oh wow, 2025. We are flying on this run. Okay, I'm going to try and lock in a little bit. Okay. Do it at your own risk. Or watch someone try and do it. Just Google the 2015 Prestige gold medals and look and just look at how many people are complaining about how hard it is. Maybe one day I should stream it for you so you can see just how bad it is, because my god, it is one of the hardest things you will ever do. Like, Crash Bash 200%, chump change. I'm not even kidding. I would beg to differ. I honestly would beg to differ on that one. Oh, there we go. We've done it, chat. Woo! That time we just locked in and nailed it. I don't know why I couldn't do that before. You know, 2.5 hours into this stream. I think we could get this done pretty soon. If we keep flying through these tests. Talking about it made me more alert. That's probably what it did, because I was getting so wound up about it. Tackle these tricky bends on the New York course again, but we're giving you a different Honda Civic this time.
Welcome to lesson 21. The setting for this lesson is once again the New York City course. This lesson concentrates on the series of 90-degree bends in front of the Plaza Hotel. Think about how you need to drive to take these corners at the maximum speed possible. For this, a racing driver needs to consider not the line that attains maximum speed for the individual corners, but the best line for achieving the best overall speed for the entire area. The shortcut to mastery is to turn on the racing line indicator and practice until you can follow it closely. The higher the speed, the more difficult it becomes to follow the line, and once you break from the line, it takes a while to get back on track. For this reason, you need to pay careful attention to braking and acceleration. Success will be determined by how well you can stick to the single optimal line. Best of luck.
Cheers, Vicky. All I've got to figure out is just how garbage this car drives. Pretty shit. First time. Car was ass as well. Blind cornering combined with inclines and declines. Oh, brother. Oh, it's here again.
Welcome to lesson 22. It's back to the complex Italian town course for this lesson. You've learned how to handle blind corners with poor visibility in lesson 18. This time you'll be practicing a hairpin corner with a steep incline. On the ascent, the brakes work well, but with the weight of the car on the front wheels lightened, the steering won't respond in the manner you're used to, and it becomes harder to turn. You should plan on reducing your speed lower than usual at the entrance to the corner to attain the necessary line. The clipping point of this corner is well into the bend and can't be seen from the entrance. For the initial section, drive in the centre of the track. When you reach the apex, turn quickly to clip the curve. Wait until you can see the exit, then finally give it full acceleration. Until that point, you are recommended to take it slowly and carefully. Once you perfect the timing of when to accelerate, you'll be halfway there. Good luck with the lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. I love sending fucking... And that's why you can't wall ride that test. The car's too unresponsive for that shit. Bonk. Oh my god, stop understeering. Holy shit. There we go. We did it! Hello, Chaos. Dehydrate. Need to go grab a drink. Give me a second, then I'll go grab a drink. Drink acquired, I think. Move that out of the way. There we are. Right, next test. Oh, I know this one. Okay. Not that you have traction control in this game anyway, but you know what? Fuck it, we ball. I know what I'm doing here.
Welcome to lesson 23. In this lesson, you'll be trying something
Hey,
new.
there's the Prime
You'll
sub.
be
Thank you,
accelerating
Chaos.
a
Appreciate it,
high-powered
man.
car from a
27
standstill
months.
on the
Good
final
lord.
straight of the Fuji International Speedway. In Gran Turismo, the TCS, traction control system, feature is usually operational during gameplay. TCS prevents wheel spin resulting from excessive use of the accelerator. For this lesson, however, this will be turned off, and you will have to control the power of the car using your own skill. The training car is a 98 Dodge Viper, a 450 horsepower monster. Start smoothly and race the 200-meter stretch as fast as you can, as the key to getting a good time in this lesson is starting well. Ideally, you want to start with minimal wheel spin. Watch the on-screen rev counter closely in the beginning and determine the revs at which the tyres squeal when you take off. If the squealing continues as you're pulling away, then the revs are too high. No tyre squeal at all means the revs are too low. Don't forget to keep an eye on things once you're racing. If you press the accelerator too hard with a car in too low a gear, your wheels will spin. If this happens, blip the throttle to regain control. Okay, good luck with the lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Right. That's terrible. That was also terrible. Yeah, we nearly had it. That was also terrible. Okay. Fuck. Nearly had it. It's okay. We'll figure it out. There we go. Got there eventually. Back from toast making. You missed the best car in the game, Paulie. They also said it's a Viper 98. This says 99. Same generation of car though. Of course. Got Dorito Boy. Oh, yeah, it's the circuit, isn't it?
Time for a coffee break. Once again, the coffee break takes place in the Gymkhana in the driving park, but this time there are 100 cones to hit with your car in the quickest possible time. This time you'll see a track drawn on the surface of the tarmac with white lines showing the route. These lines indicate the most efficient route since the cones follow this line. You're free to go off the course, however, and try your own route. On the hairpin corner, you can hit the cones by using the handbrake if you wish. Enjoy your coffee break.
Thanks, Vicky. Oh, I missed one. Oh, you bastard. God damn it. Chaos has been a friend of mine for quite a while. One of the original OG subbers on the channel. He's also someone I know in person. Very nice dude. For once, I actually thought that up. I made a meme, it's on Discord. Nice. Very funny meme. 10 out of 10. I'll have to have a look in a minute. Whenever I get a chance. Interestingly, this is just a base RX-7 from 2002, which I thought was interesting. I've just seen it. It's funny because it's really true. It's actually very, very true. That's because Sarah's a condescending bitch. That's why.
Welcome to lesson 24. In this lesson, you'll be racing on a dirt road again. You'll practice taking a series of hairpin corners on the Grand Canyon at breakneck speed. You need to master controlling the direction of your car to navigate the narrow track. In Lesson 17, you learned about high-speed cornering. For this course, you'll be dropping your speed considerably to take the hairpin corners. You'll also use the braking drift technique you've already learned. That is, when you press the brake as you turn into the corner. Be careful, if you drift too aggressively, you'll spin right out of control. But if the action is too weak, the car won't turn as desired. So experiment to determine the right amount of action needed to turn the car. Best of luck in the lesson.
100% there, Lima. Basically, yeah, that's all it boils down to. Okay, I was well off the pace there. Okay. Okay. I need to find a 10th and a bit somewhere. I guess I've got to stop hitting that outside wall there because that seems to be slowing me down a lot. I think my technique was basically there, it was just the execution of the exit. Oh, no, the car's going to spin itself out. Perfect. Bastard! Also, Vicki doesn't give you condescending comments if you keep failing, unlike Sarah. Yes, that would be accurate. That's why it's called vegan. Who would have thought? Right? Mind absolutely blown. Interestingly, they actually denote the chassis code for this version of the game. They call it the GC. In the final game, they don't refer to it as the GC99. They just call it the Impreza Rally Car 99, which I thought was an interesting change. Right. Is this an NSX? Hey, welcome back, James. Fork found in kitchen. Sarah is very annoying in that regard. 1000%.
Welcome to Lesson 25. With the completion of this lesson, you'll graduate to the next level of the Gran Turismo 4 Prologue driving school. For this test, you'll be attempting a high-speed slalom, weaving through cones placed on the straight of the Fuji International Speedway. The object is to traverse this stretch as fast as possible with maximum control over your vehicle. First, weave between the cones at a relaxed pace. The trick is to use minimal steering and practically brush up against the cones. Then it's time to gradually increase your speed as you practice it a few more times. You'll notice that at higher speeds, the car is pulled to the left and right. If you continue to accelerate when this happens, you'll lose control of your car. Get a good rhythm to your steering and control the acceleration in sync with that rhythm. Once you sense you're getting close to the limit, keep the acceleration consistent and you can prevent the car from going out of control. Once you begin to instinctively feel that you're about to lose control of the car and therefore prevent it, you'll be very close to passing the lesson. Good luck.
Thanks, Vicki. So yeah, you kind of get a feel for this car before you can do anything with it, really. Oh. Yeah, Sarah just tells you on screen in plain text, and it's usually I think if you're an experienced player, it's really condescending. If you're a casual or a new player, it's reassuring. But Vicki doesn't treat you like an idiot. Sarah does. Like, they don't consider the fact that maybe you're an experienced player. They say, just like, give yourself a moment and go again. What do you think I'm doing? I'm nearly there as well. I'm just losing it last couple. Also worth noting that for anyone who doesn't know, Vicki Butler-Henderson was also a fifth-gear host and a journalist, as well as a professional racing driver. She definitely did a lot. 8 set of cones as well. I know what I'm doing. Right. We're on to the last page now. And I've nearly beat this game in half the time I did it last time. I don't actually know who that is, actually. Oh yeah, we got a Suzuki Swift. Let's fucking go. I think that's copyrighted, so I'm gonna skip. Suzuki Fest.
Congratulations! You've completed all the basic lessons in Gran Turismo 4 Prologue. You've become a skilled driver. Now race in the arcade mode.
You hear
to
that,
enjoy
chat?
the tracks to your
I'm a
heart's
skilled
content.
driver now. Right, there's the rest of them. This is all purple. This one is overtake. This is now skilled as in... Wow. Wow, Lima. I see how it is.
Welcome to the Gran Turismo 4 Prologue bonus lessons. Starting with this lesson,
Bonus
you'll learn
lessons.
readily applicable skills designed to win races. For the first of these lessons, you'll practice passing an opponent on the inside of the second hairpin corner of Tsukuba Circuit. When you're driving by yourself, you can take the ideal line through the corner. However, with an opponent on the track, your line has to be at least slightly faster. How do you manage this? The answer: delay braking at the entrance to the corner and slip into your opponent's racing line. This way, he won't be able to stay on the ideal line. Take care not to make contact with your opponent's car. Play fair by making smooth passes, and timely use of the brake should bring you in line with your opponent, allowing you to pass. Best of luck with the lesson.
To do tier 2 and tier 3, you basically have to do it via Twitch. A prime is effectively a level 1. Tier 2 is like $7.99 a month, and tier 3 is like $14.99 a month. Something like that. didn't expect to do that on first time, to be honest. Well, like I said, Amazon Prime subs are free, and that's how most people usually like to support their creators if they pay for it. Maybe one day I'll have enough to give an incentive for other people to go for the other ones. I can have fun with the rest of it.
Welcome to lesson 27. In the last lesson, you learned how to pass your opponent on the inside of the racing line, but that strategy won't work every time. Time now to learn how to pass on the outside of your opponent. This lesson takes place in the same area, the second hairpin corner of the Tsukuba circuit. As you approach the corner, if it seems too difficult to pass your opponent on the inside, don't risk it. Align your car with your opponent on the outside and race like that to mid-corner. Then turn harder than usual. Near the end of the corner, your opponent will come back to the outside. You, on the other hand, will brush by your rival on the inside, creating a chance to pass the car on the following straight. This is, of course, the same line you learned in an earlier lesson that emphasizes corner exit speed. This technique is effective when used on a corner that precedes a long straight. Best of luck in the lesson.
Cheers, Vicky. Fifth Gear still does exist, I'm pretty sure. I just don't know if it exists as a TV show. Oh, yeah. So basically, overtaking on the outside is also called a switchback. Cool. Okay. Gentle bonk. Just, yeah. Still gold, though. Slipstreaming! Just Cause. Never played any of them, actually. Oh no. I've never played a Just Cause game.
Welcome to lesson 28. In this lesson, you'll be practicing a technique crucial for high-speed circuit racing, the slipstream pass. The location is the well-known high-speed track, the Fuji International Speedway. If you drive behind a car driving at high speed, the air resistance affecting your car is lowered and you get sucked forward as your speed increases. Using this speed boost to your advantage is what the slipstream pass is all about. In an earlier lesson, you already practiced braking techniques into corner 1. Now you'll learn to drive right behind your opponent's car, then just before you reach corner 1, slip into the inside. Try not to be either too early or too late on your grab for the inside. If you make your move too early, you won't be able to take full advantage of the other car's slipstream. If you're too late, you won't line up correctly next to your opponent. Using the slipstream is all about timing. Give it a few tries until you can get a feel for the perfect moment. Now, good luck with the lesson.
Bonus lessons. You know it. Right, come here. Mr. Blue Mazda Macheese. even bob draft down the straight. I broke a bit too late. What if I have to? What if that's non-negotiable, Lima? He said no. No indicators. Okay. Sure. Yay, we got an RX-8. Right, next one. Racing practice using the tree fitty.
Welcome to lesson 29. Finally, your chance has come to experience a real race taking place on the Tsukuba circuit. As you start, the opponent's car is 10 seconds ahead of you. You have 3 laps to overtake him. By now, you should be comfortable driving on the Tsukuba circuit. However, now you have to pass your opponent successfully, and you'll have to consider the best passing points. Ideal points include the entrance to the first corner, the 2 hairpins, and the last corner. Consider the distance between you and your opponent and the differences in your lap times to determine approximately where you will catch up with his car. It isn't easy to overtake on the Tsukuba circuit, so you should try driving a variety of lines and study the different passing possibilities. This is not a 3-lap time trial. You will pass the test only by overtaking your opponent and maintaining your lead for a duration of 10 seconds. Be very careful not to make contact or you will be disqualified instantly. Best of luck.
Cheers, Vicky. Right, time to go chase some slow as shit AI. So basically you have to pass him before 1 minute 23 on the clock. Like that. There you are. Easy. Easy clap. It's 1 degree outside. Jesus. You've unlocked a new car, Nissan 350Z Roadster. Oh! Already wanted one of them. Coffee. Haha. Do you fancy knocking over Co's at beginner's course? As an expert skilled driver, chat?
Time for another coffee break. For this course, 100 cones have been lined up on the beginner course of the driving park. Touch them as fast as possible for the best trophy. The cones are aligned to the racing line. On the corners, this means they're placed in an out-in-out formation, giving you a chance to review your basic driving knowledge. If you find yourself unable to knock them all over in one go, this could be a symptom of over-enthusiastic steering or poor accelerator control. Enjoy your coffee break.
Thanks, Vicky. We got a Suzuki Cappuccino for this. Let's go. Now you can use this car in arcade mode. You can indeed. The problem is this car is very, very small. Oh, I missed 1 cone! What? Some. You have over-enthusiastic steering driving. Just a little bit. Gigachino. Mr. X-Bass would be happy. Okay. I don't know how fast the game's gonna want me to drive, but this thing takes forever to rev up. Oh my days. That's better. I don't know how we found that much time, good lord. I don't know how we found that much time. Probably avoiding third gear was part of it, but you know what? We didn't use it last time either. Lick the stamp and send it. You got the Suzuki Cappuccino. Why do you sneeze so hard, dude? That was a sentence. Racing with a tuned front-wheel drive front-engine car. Yeah, boy! I love the Trial Celica. It's so shit!
Welcome to Lesson 30. For this lesson, we'll move to the Fuji International Speedway and try a race. The basics are the same as on the Tsukuba circuit, except this time with more laps. You now have 5 laps to pass a rival car that's 10 seconds ahead of you at the start. The Fuji International Speedway is one of the few high-speed circuits in Japan. The overall speeds you'll be encountering are much higher, so don't get nervous if you don't seem to be catching up. Just keep your head and plan an attack. You will of course need to be considering the best passing points while you're racing. The passing points are the entrance to corner 1, the following complex corner called A, the hairpin, and corner B, which you encountered in an earlier lesson. On the final straight, you may have the opportunity of overtaking using your opponent's slipstream. In order to pass this lesson, you must overtake your opponent and retain your lead for 10 seconds. Best of luck with the lesson.
Thank you, Vicky. Right, let's go chasing after a Celica, man. They for real just got the Viper engine note and dubbed the Celica one over it. Like, riding on this cab, it sounds like the fucking Viper in Gran Turismo 3. Aggressive washing machine. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Easy. Just gotta send it, you know? Just gotta lick the stamp and send it. I like how they call it tuning car. This ended up getting renamed, obviously, to the SS2 made by Trial Sports instead. So that actually got renamed in Gran Turismo 4. Which is nice. And now they're giving us the Spoon S2000. Let's go. Hashtag Spoon. And we're back here again.
Welcome to Lesson 31. You've raced on the circuits, so now let's try racing in the city on the New York street course. You'll have 3 laps to overtake the rival car, which will start with a 10-second lead. This is a very different challenge to the open circuit, and with the guardrails and barriers you have limited room. Try to take the ideal racing line and put pressure on your opponent. A number of the straights are connected by 90-degree corners, so you'll have to beat your opponent by braking more efficiently at the end of one of the straights. Many people tend to avoid braking and enter the corner at too high a speed, only to collide into the barrier on the exit. Therefore, keep a cool head. Remember, the best braking points for each corner and the best spots for passing will soon become evident. If you attempt to overtake wildly, you're bound to collide with your opponent, so be sure to look for the correct exit point. After overtaking your opponent, you must maintain your lead for 10 seconds in order to pass this lesson. Good luck!
Cool. Thanks, Vicky. Right, let's go chase another S2000. Hello, Vitor. How's it going? Yes, that is Vicki Butler-Henderson. How's it going? Welcome in, dude. It's also Vicky with a Y, not an I. I'm pretty sure anyway. No, it is an I. What am I on about? I'm good. Obviously, I'm doing this right now. Overtake him with 2 minutes 50 or less on the clock. I imagine we'll only just about be able to make that. This thing is unbelievably understeering. Yes, she was also a car review journalist as well. She was also a professional racing driver. I think she's a driving instructor now, like actual racing instructor. Pretty sure. You know it's bad when the AI is running that wide. Unbelievably easy. We are currently on course to beat our previous run. Three cars on Tsukuba now, let's go.
Welcome to lesson 32. The rules of the race will change starting with this lesson. The location is once again Tsukuba Circuit. There will be 3 cars ahead of you. See how many you can pass in one lap, with one very strict condition. You are not allowed to make contact. Sounds difficult? Just remember all you've learned in the lesson so far and keep calm. You need to have definite plans in mind for overtaking the opponent cars. For example, which car on which bend, as potential overtaking points are limited. If you fail to overtake, you'll be hard-pressed to recover your time. Once you make the decision to overtake, you must be confident in your approach. At the same time, you need to avoid any contact with your opponents, so as you overtake, watch their movements closely. When you're going for the inside before a bend, it's important to position yourself alongside your opponent whilst braking. If you move to the inside just before the clipping point, before letting your opponent know you're there, you will make contact and be disqualified instantly. First place will give you a gold trophy, second place silver, and third place will result in a bronze. Don't worry, while this seems difficult at first, you'll soon make good progress. Best of luck.
Thanks, Vicky. So we've got to catch a Honda Jazz, a Mazda 2, and a egg. Hey Leon, welcome in, dude. CVT can shift, who would have thought? Right, so I kind of fucked that up at the end. Bruh, I had... Nah. God damn it. Just about get that on the track. Look at me with the CVT, boy! That Honda Jazz in front, probably. Kind of sent it, but it was clean. It's not illegal if you hit the side of them, it's only illegal if you hit the back of them. Slightly, anyway. If you full on ram them, I don't think you'll last, but... The Vitz Master. By the way, fun fact about the Honda Jazz, right? So you know how everyone assumes that the name Fit was changed because people thought it meant epilepsy? That's not actually why it was changed. It was actually changed because the word in Swedish, Vit, means vagina. So that's why they changed it for Europe.
Welcome to lesson 33. The rules for this lesson are the same as for lesson 32. This time
just
you're on
great.
the Fuji International Speedway again with 3 cars ahead. See how far you can work your way up in 1 lap. The same tough rule applies this time round. If you make contact, you're out. You'll be driving a racing machine rather than a training car, so the average speed is overwhelmingly faster. This is a high-speed circuit, so take full advantage of it. Be warned that there are more complex corners here than on the Tsukuba circuit. Let the other driver know you're there before you slip into the inside on a pass. If you make contact or another car makes contact with you, you'll be disqualified. Pass all 3 cars for the gold, 2 for the silver and 1 for the bronze. Give it your all right up to the checkered flag. Now, best of luck with the lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. Can still be. No, it's because of Sweden. It is genuinely because of Sweden. The Hyundai Kona is called the Kawaii over here for this exact same reason. Oh! Holy shit! I gave it too much beans and it didn't work. Please move your silly Honda out of the way, thank you. Alright, time to chase after that Tom Supra. Give me your draft, boy. Give me the draft. Give me the sock. The speed, boy. Fucking Sweden. Can't blame Sweden for their own language, dude. Fart mode successfully engaged. I know of the channel, but I don't watch his content. Overtake 3 rival cars on the New York course. Not to be confused with the old York course, which is not actually known what that looks like. Probably a horse racing track for all I know. Welcome to McDonald's and TGI Fridays. And Virgin Loaves and LG.
You've now successfully overtaken 3 cars on both the Tsukuba and Fuji International circuits. Now, for the last stage, let's try it on the streets of New York City. Again, you have only 1 lap, and making contact with your opponent's car is out of the question.
Take it easy, Lima.
If you
Thanks
remember,
for joining,
you
dude.
practiced overtaking on this course in lesson 31. Well, now there are 3 rivals instead of 1, but the basic rules are the same as ever. Keep cool and try your best. This time, since you're in a race car rather than a training car, you'll notice the significantly improved braking performance. As a result, on the corners you can wait a bit longer before you start braking. Check where the new braking points are for each of the corners. The maximum speed on the straights is determined by your exit speed from the previous corner. While cornering, it's tempting to concentrate on the braking, but your speed on the straight will make the difference between victory and failure. So make sure you achieve a high exit speed. This is the perfect time to make use of the line that emphasizes your exit speed as you've practiced several times before. As with your previous race, you'll be judged based on your ranking. First place takes a gold trophy, second place a silver, and third place a bronze. Good luck with the lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. It's this part of the game where we start getting introduced to cars that opponents can drive that we can't. Time for budget race car at home. Budget race car at home. What's that, S2000? Spirit Sports still regularly run in Super Tight Q, by the way. They still actually run like their own tuned Hondas in the production endurance series. If you are curious. Just a little bit. I remember that car, the S15 in the GT300 Championship on Gran Turismo 6 being incredibly slow. Oh, we've done way better here, come on. Give me the sock, give me the sock, give me the sock. Balls. If I didn't bonk that wall, maybe. That MRS is a good chunk ahead of everyone else, though, isn't it? Good lord. We gain a lot of time on them in this corner, to be fair. I think we're close enough. The MRS is a bit too quick in a straight. We need to get a bit closer. And then after this is the 10 lap endurance race. And then we got the fuel challenge at some point. Significantly. Well, yeah. It's not so much the brakes I'm having issues with, it is the understeer. This car is incredibly understeering. The fact it turns better when two wheels are in the air should say a lot. The 10 lap endurance is not as bad as this, to be fair. All you've got to do is just be consistent. After the 10 laps, you've got the fuel challenge, then you've got 5 hot laps in cars, and that's it basically. This is the closest we've been. Quite a long way. Suck it. We got there eventually. Right, 10 lap endurance time. Oh boy. Right, here we go. Get to the pole position using the BMW McLaren F1 GTR.
Welcome to lesson 35. Now that you've reached the last in a series of hands-on race lessons, let's see what you can do in a full-on race. The race will take place at the Fuji International Speedway. You'll start in last place as the 6th car with 10 laps remaining. See how many rival cars you can pass. You have 10 laps, which means you'll have plenty of passing opportunities, so take your time. and knock off the cars one at a time.
Let's not look at the
On the
opponents, shall
final
we?
straight, make full use of the slipstream. If you can't get a following car off your back, block it by taking a clean line. Always keep an eye in your rearview mirror. Go for the gold by making use of all the techniques you've accumulated so far. The trophies will be awarded in the usual manner, with the winner receiving the gold, second place a silver, and third place bronze. Coming in fourth place or below will fail. Best of luck with the lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. Right, I'm going to let this run while I quickly go toilet, because I'm going to have to sit down here for a while. So let me go toilet. Hello! Again. I am back. No pressure. Here we go. 10 laps of Fuji. Thankfully, this is a very forgiving car to drive, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, and if you are curious, yes, if you leave the circuit like proper, that isn't any of the exploit areas on here, you fail as well, and you have to start from that one again. .33 seconds to find on the GT1. Yeah, that's doable. The AI is slow in this game. And this one doesn't end after you overtake the leader, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this one only ends when you actually complete all 10 laps. I could be wrong though. Probably the most interesting, like, challenge license in Gran Turismo history, this one, I think. There's no other license test that really puts your skills to the test like this, other than maybe the Nürburgring hot laps. But nothing like this. Have you also noticed how all the other cars that are in this race are all opponent cars we can't drive, by the way? Did you ever notice that? Next up's the R390 is the opponent. I'm surprised they started that opponent in 5th place, but by the time you catch up to it, it's already in 2nd, so... Steer. That nearly cost me. Halfway through now. We do be flying. What's really funny is this version of Fuji, when this game came out, was the up-to-date version of Fuji, and then they remodeled it or resurfaced it or whatever, and then that became the version it is then, with it appearing on Gran Turismo 4, I think as a game exclusive at the time, which I thought was quite interesting. The fact that this at the time was the most up-to-date version of Fuji, and then we got the new one in Gran Turismo 5, literally, like, I guess months before the game even, like the track even was just finished or whatever. And then this version have never appeared in a Gran Turismo again. Also, another fun fact, you know over behind turn 1 where all that forest area is, that you can see? Somewhere over there is the original banking for the turn one initial, like the speedway part of Fuji Speedway. Somewhere in the trees over there was the actual banking for what was going to be the original like speedway layout that they then cancelled. You can still go and see it, I think, but I don't know like how like well preserved or how to get there it is. But it's still there. Spinning from here. Does this one end after 10 seconds when you overtake the leader? No. No! Barely went off as well, man. Fuck's sake. Dude, this is a time-consuming like challenge. By the way, that doesn't DQ you. Fun fact. You can go over that gravel and not get DQ'd. You can cut corner B. You can cut that on the entry, and that won't DQ you. But that will. It's quite funny. This car at times just has random understeer, and I can't do shit about it apart from just brake even more and let off the throttle. I was really locked in for that one as well. I was feeling so confident. That GT1 going really, really slow kind of fucked my run up. I was like, I'll try and take the outside then. And it just understeered wide into the grass. I was like, for fuck's sake. And that means I also have to complete all 10 laps for this challenge to be completed. Not a lot of room for error here. And just remember, you have to do all 10 laps, and if you fail, you start at lap 1. There's no checkpoints. And not like you can, like, just take your time either. You do have to floor it quite a lot. I think you start like 45 seconds back on the leader, I think. Something like that. also like how that car uses the old GT3 NSX engine though. But they changed it in the final game. The fact they changed the engine note of that car between this and the final game is quite funny. R390 has already cleared the fair lady. I still find it interesting that it starts fourth rather. So. Do me a quick favour. Go on the YouTube archive and check how long the Gran Turismo 4 Prologue previous playthrough was, lengthwise. I'm pretty sure we are still on course to beat it if I can nail the rest of the tests. There's only 6 more after this, and 5 of them are hot laps. One of them is a fuel saving challenge. every possibility we could end up lapping the RX-8. This last time where we fucking threw it all away. Thankfully we've not caught him at this particular part of the track again. Should be able to get him on the exit of the hairpin. Get out of here, bitch. Disqualify him! He went off the track! Game! We are actually coming up to lap someone, this is great. It's the NSX. I don't think blue flags are in the game. Didn't realise it was the NSX that was last. I thought it would be the RX-8. No, RX-8's down the road in the distance. You can just about see his pixels. Some hydrate on. I was going to do it on the straight. I'm not that stupid. I'll do it afterwards. If I do, it probably won't be my fault. It'll probably be the car doing something it doesn't usually do. Like, understeer at a point it shouldn't. I'm not doing it now. No, 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 no. You're not getting me that easily. Now I'll do it. Outplayed. Noom. Right, fuel and then 5 hot laps. How hard can it be? What a prize. Oh, and then there's a coffee break. Bet. Never showing up here again. Bruh.
Welcome to lesson 36. This lesson is a bit unusual. Your training car is a Toyota Prius hybrid car, which you'll use to complete a time trial using the least petrol possible. Good fuel mileage and speed are often contradictory, so it's hard to achieve both. The idea will be to aim for the best balance of the two. Take one lap around Tsukuba circuit as fast as you can while maintaining the minimum mileage as shown on the on-screen indicator. The Prius utilises both a fuel engine and an electric motor. The diagram on the lower left shows the status of that hybrid system. When you use engine braking without accelerating and with weaker braking, the Prius recharges the battery from this braking force. For this energy-efficient time trial, you'll use the instantaneous mileage and consumed fuel meters shown on the lower right of the screen. If you accelerate too hard, you'll notice the mileage indicator drop like a stone. So the trick to driving in an energy-efficient manner is to go easy on the accelerator and to avoid hard braking. The mileage displayed is current as to that point, so it's okay to go below the target mileage temporarily. The idea is to choose the stretches of the course where mileage takes priority and the spots where there's a need for speed. Best of luck in this lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. You're gonna do the funny? What would the funny be? Got an hour and 10 minutes to do 5 hot laps, chat. What we thinking? Bruh, why? Why would you do that?
Now for the last
That's
coffee break.
rude, man.
This stage now wraps up the challenge level with extremely narrow turns and demands skilled use of...
That's just rude. I don't know what Liam did to deserve that. fuck, I hit the pissing cone. Fat fingers anyway. Oh. They're my winter. Yeah, I've seen that. Instead of my summer car, it's now my winter car. Hello, Hugo. How's it going? These fucking cones. You doing alright? Good, man. Good, good. Why is the car so boaty at such a slow speed? It's so boaty at slow speed. There's no, like, grip or anything. It's like you're driving on soap. I swear to Christ, I barely touched it! You mother... I swear... Bro, I barely touched it. All the things I'm fucking stuck on is this. Bruh. I'm barely touching these cones as well, man. I didn't even touch it! Okay, that one I hit, but still. There we go. Finally. Who would have thought the hardest part about that was fucking turn 2 and 1? Good lord. Well, he times you out. Five hot laps.
Welcome to lesson 37. Well, now you've come to the last section of the bonus lessons, offering the ultimate challenge. Starting with this lesson, you'll be racing all-out time trials on all of the tracks you've trained on so far. You have only one lap, so use your full repertoire of techniques to negotiate the course as fast as you can. The first track is the race circuit at Tsukuba in Japan. Take as many practice runs as you need to explore the intricacies of this famous track, now representing a standard for measuring car performance. When you minimise your braking to improve the time on this circuit, you'll notice that a line that enters the corner towards the inside is better on many of the corners than the standard in-out in-line. Now, best of luck with the lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. Right. How fast can we lap 5 circuits? I think we've also got a hot lap. Have we got a hot lap Grand Canyon? I think one of them's Grand Canyon as well. That's going to be a fun one. Oh, okay, so this car is a boat. One minute 7 is the target lap time for this thing. This thing understeers more than a Ugh. What a horridly understeery car this is. That's incredible. Holy shit. What tyres is this thing on and why is it so bad? Bet they put you on like comfort mediums or something. You motherfucker! Such an understeery piece of shit, man. Holy crap. This is not an orthodox way of driving. How is this? Fuck me. That is unbelievably cat. I cannot quantify, by the way, how bad this understeer is. I'm hoping you guys can tell by the footage, but I cannot quantifiably put into words how bad the understeer is on this car. It's a bit more than the fucking boat. This is a fucking cruise liner. I'm actually going to throw my controller. What do you mean I have to beat that? At least if I slightly beat this, I know I've done it. That was full steering lock, by the way, that I just did out of that corner. Understeery barge. Holy crap. Absolutely shite. There's 4 more, but they're not as bad. One's off-road. I've just seen it. There's one at Grand Canyon. You can tell by the off-road underneath. This one is just a hot lap of Fuji. This should be fine. Should be standard. This one. Wood 1 Supra.
Welcome to
Light
lesson
velocity is great.
38. The second of the time trials takes place on the Fuji International Speedway. Fuji International is 4.4 kilometres long with a 1.5 kilometre final stretch. The average speed on the track is extremely high, and the success of your time trial will depend on your ability to take advantage of that potential. Fuji also has its share of ascents and descents, so be careful of braking adjustments as the track declines. One of the nuances of Fuji International is that it's difficult to determine the correct braking points for the corners. Mastering this will only come with considerable practice. Your exit speed from corner B will greatly affect your overall time, as this exit will determine the speed on the next straight. Well then, good luck with this lesson.
Thanks, Vicky. This one should be pretty standard. It's not going to be as understeery. This is a... they changed the engine sound on this car as well for Gran Turismo 4. One of you wanted to pay for Fuji's for groceries, but Fuji Speedway said. Now, as a Japan Asian track expert, I like to think I can do quite well here. What I think I can do and what the game says I can do are probably very different. This runs the fucking Impreza engine though. What the fuck happened here? Feels like they edited it slightly for Gran Turismo 5 on the Imprezas, but this feels like the exact same engine sound they used. Who installed a machine gun in my Supra? Yeah, it's a very weird engine note, this one. At least on this game. They changed it in the final game. fast enough again. That one I knew was good enough for next race, which will be New York. Will be the next one in the Ford GT concept, if I remember correctly, and then Starion at Grand Canyon, and then the Delta at Cheetah Diaria, pretty sure. This one I remember taking a while last time.
Welcome to lesson 39. For this lesson, you'll go for the fastest possible lap on a tough track, the New York City course. This time, you'll be taking the time trial alone, so you can go for the best line on every corner. Aim for smooth control of your car in order to closely follow the ideal racing line. To achieve a fast time, you should remember the braking points, use the full width of the course, and follow a line that slices through the complex corners. Take care. Best of luck.
Thanks, Vicki. Ah, yes, it's a understeering boy. Okay, good to know. We got Evo 2.0, but this time it's a Ford. This is a 2002 one. The 05 didn't exist yet, dude. This is the 2002 one. Oh, okay, avoid first gear. Okay, good to know. Avoid first gear. Oh, that... Why'd the game having to brake so late? You know it can't stop that well, game. Come on. the 31 is a very tight time limit for this car. Some small refinements here and there, and I think we've got it. Motherfucker! Okay, I'm just gonna set that. I'm gonna set that time, and then I've just gotta beat that. That's all I've gotta do here. Give you an idea of how tough that 31 is to actually do. Why? It dropped a gear and oversteered. What the fuck? I dropped into first gear. I shouldn't have done that. was on course to beat the target as well. God damn it. Smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Fuck you, game. I didn't want to get stuck there. How long? 5 hours 20, so we got about, what, 25 minutes to do the last couple? I'm fancying my chances, you know? Right, what car is it? Yeah, it's the GD Impreza.
Welcome to Lesson 40. This lesson is a time trial on a dirt surface track. You'll be going solo on the Grand Canyon rally course, so give it all you've got. It's been some time since you experienced driving on this surface, so be sure to recall the differences in the handling of the car compared to the tarmac equivalent. You've encountered portions of the course in earlier lessons, but this is the first time you've made a full circuit. There are many different types of corners, and the course is very long, with constantly undulating terrain. Just remembering the course is a difficult task in itself. So, practice continuously until the movement of the car feels like an extension of your body. Best of luck with this challenge.
Thanks, Vicky. great lookout. It is very much all show no go, this circuit, which is a shame. It's just too twisty for me. I know that's akin to like actual rally stages, but as a circuit, this sucks. I'm glad I didn't have to spend more time on that than I needed to. Call it cheap if you want, but I don't even think if I didn't wall ride or whatever, I still would have beat it. It's arguably faster to actually just drive it properly, to be completely real with you. It is genuinely just faster to drive it properly. Right, we've got 35 minutes to do the last track, which is Città d'Aria in the Lancia Delta. They didn't even name it, like, at this point. It was still called Italian Street Course.
Well done. You've now reached the final lesson. This is the last bonus race in Gran Turismo 4 Prologue. Appropriately enough, this is a serious challenge. A time trial on the Italian town course using the classic Lancia Delta HF Integrale rally car. You'll have to use your best techniques to overcome all the challenges on this track, including narrow-walled streets, steep hills and blind 90-degree bends. Choosing when to go for all-out high speed and when to sacrifice speed for technique are the most fascinating strategic aspects of this course. Experience the thrill of rallying in a European setting and enjoy this, your last lesson. And as always, best of luck.
Thanks, Vicki. That'll probably be the final time I listen to you today, for God knows how long. Ironic how we finished with one of my favourite road cars ever made, rather than... I'm not a big fan of the rally car, but the road car I love. Right, I'm just trying that again. That was horrid. That was a shocking start, let's not humour that. I was about to restart as well. I'll take it. Under 5 hours. Still got it, apparently. Out of all the time trials, the worst one was the fucking Evo. I completely just didn't expect it to be that garbage.
Nice work! You've finally completed the purple section of the board. This marks the completion of the bonus lessons. Thank you for playing to the end. We hope this gives you a glimpse of what to look forward to in Gran Turismo 4.
Thanks, Vicky. Paulie, what was my previous score on the previous playthrough? I got I got 6,550 for this one. So I actually did slightly worse on this playthrough, but I did it way quicker. Oh well. There's the arcade mode. Should we do an arcade race? Drive one of the cars? Italian street course, and it's still got the actual logo of Cheetah Diaria. How else would it put against the Viper? Why do the old GTs have such go music? I couldn't tell you, dude. Fun fact, the race will also play out in the background like it does in Gran Turismo 3. So I wasn't far off, but I still beat it by a good margin. We are clapping the AI. The AI are not very hard in this game. And this works in the same way as Gran Turismo 3, where the difficulty denotes how long the race is, by the way. This feels like a very much like a normal car on sport tyres. incredible to think that this came out, what was it, like oh my god, the brakes do not work. Who would have thought? But this game came out a year and a half before Gran Turismo 4 actually launched. Got these stupid practice programs, fuck me, they're so ass. What are you on about? Are you on a power pack? Or F1 or... F125. Oh, I don't bother with them, honestly, after the first season. I don't bother. I just use the, well, I think it's after season 3 you can get infinite resources or whatever it is. I'm driving my ass. I'm glad all my good driving was done in the driving school. There's one in season 3 that you get called infinite resources. That's always really fun because all the teams just max themselves out really, really quickly. You have to hit certain recognition to get all the upgrades though, so it can kind of make it a bit tricky to win if you're on the correct difficulty. Oh, okay. Then, yeah, that makes sense. AI is so spread out, man. They're nowhere near us, but the AI are really spread out. Also, the AI don't get assists in this game either, for some reason. There is cheats for this game where you can drive the cars that you can't actually select, like the RX-8 LM or the Toyota GT1 or the R390 or the Fairlady Z, because you can't actually drive those cars in this game, or the Honda prototype NSXR. You can't actually drive those cars, or the Pennzoil Nismo. Quite weird. Or the Mobile 1 NSX. Can't drive that either. You need an action replay on a PS2. But there's a lot of cars that are in the files that you can't actually pick. I'll show you some of them if I can. If we do not Tsukuba. If I go New York. Right, let me pick one of the JGTC cars. Oh yeah, it was called the F1 GTR FINA long version in this game. Actually had a name change. You put it in your PS2 before you put the game disc in to load up the cheats. See, look how many of those cars that we can actually drive. What? We can drive the NSX Takata and the Tom's Supra. We can't drive the AU Tsurumo Supra or the Mobile 1 NSX. But they're in the game. actually lucky that they didn't pick the same car as me. To think that this is all people could play for an hour, like a year and a half before Gran Turismo 4 came out. I mean, that's nothing compared to Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, but, you know, it's something. Unfortunately for me, the AI are not particularly good, so I have to handicap myself to make it look an interesting race, honestly. Tell I'm driving quite slowly. Kind of on purpose, so the AI actually have something to do. Very rudimentary AI, I would say, because they always they drive. A good way to explain it, do you know how they drive? You remember when I did the hot laps on Gran Turismo 3 around complex string with the AI driving the car, and they stayed at a very like constant speed as they go around the corners? It's like that. That's why they're so slow. Because they're not actually like driving it properly, they're just very rudimentary AI. Kind of doing what I was doing there, like the 90. Oh, pissing out. I forget the bonk. Collision penalties were a thing. I forgot about that. Right, wish me luck. Good luck, man. Maybe taking it easy was not the right play at this point. Now I've actually got a push to try and catch back up. I think the mobile NSX has finally cleared the Catadome, so business is resumed, I guess. Right, this is how slow the AI actually are. It's really bad. They are incredibly slow. Even on the hardest difficulty, they are not much quicker than this. Like, you saw how many penalties I just got, and here we are. using the old NSX engine note still. Got my machine gun, my machine gun tongs. This one uses the same engine note as Gran Turismo 3 as well. What a send from the NSX, by the way. GTR seems to have a bit of a straight line advantage. NSX forced its way through. Like, these cars are definitely faster than the Nismo around here. That NSX still seems so weird. The fact that you get this car quite early on in the playthrough as well of the driving school is kind of crazy. Right, that's enough. I need to get going. Thanks for joining me on this replaythrough of Gran Turismo 4 Prologue. I hope the audio balancing was a damn sight better than it was on the last one. That's all I'm really going to hope for. We'll be back Thursday. It'll be a late start Thursday because I closed the store. No, it won't be a late start Thursday because I'm not in work Thursday. It'll be a 7 o'clock start again on Thursday. No idea what we're going to be playing, if I'm completely honest. I think I'm opening tomorrow. Yeah, I am. Sweet. Okay. But, yeah, we'll, this was good. It was good to play through this. Like I said, I just hope the audio was better balanced. Like, you could hear me, the game wasn't too loud or anything like that. But yeah, I would say it's been good. Right. Have a good night, guys, and I'll see you all whenever I see you. Bye.